Y'all good? Y'all good out there? Good morning, gamers, and welcome back to Streaming Stories Saturdays. Today we are back in Final Fantasy XIV with Saphrine, continuing her journey through Shadowbringers. Last time around, we went through the fun fairy kingdom of Ilmeg, dealing with the pixies, the Quoth, the Numo, the Amuro, all just so we can go and find and destroy the second Lightwarden, the former king of the pixies, fairies, such, and have our lovely branch take up the reins of the new king of the fairies and push back the Yomor in advance, who are still searching for the Oracle of Light. And that is where we will start today. So, let us begin. Good morning to you, miss. I do hope you've rested well. The Exarch and your companions are presently gathered in the Ocular. We ask that you convene with them at your earliest convenience. And we also had the enjoyable encounter at the end with the Ascian known as Emmett Silk. So his involvement is going to probably shake things up. Think. Yeah, we should be on auto.
Ah, there you are. You're just in time to welcome our guest.
Please. Did I not explicitly tell you that we would be meeting again soon? Lest you forget, I made you a promise. I have no intention of meddling with your mission. I come only to observe. Your Exarch friend in particular has piqued my curiosity. Summoning you all like that. Most impressive.
You honestly expect us to believe you've come only to observe? Or that you might deign to lift a finger to aid our cause if called upon? Even if there were a sliver of truth in your words, I would never accept your help. Not in my darkest hour. Not after all the suffering your kind has wrought.
So petty. I meant what I said, and I said what I meant. Wage your war against the Sin Eaters, put each and every Lightwarden to the sword, prove yourselves heroes, brave and true, and I will be glad to embrace you as allies. Allies worthy of bearing the burden of truth. Surely such a partnership would be preferable to yet another round of fisticuffs. And thus did the olive branch wither and die. Pity. Well, let no man say I did not try, futile as it was. Though I suspect you will seek me out when you grow tired of making the same mistakes. Difficult decisions lie ahead of you. Decisions best made with the benefit of knowledge to which only the Eternal are privy. For now, I shall resume my shadowy vigil. Whatever you choose to do, make sure it's worth watching, would you?
Wouldn't want to bore you.
What was that all about?
A vain attempt to make us doubt our chosen course, most like. As if we'd believe a word that passed his lips. Unless you think there is some truth in what he says.
Well, there's always worth a shot.
I share your suspicion, of course. But if he simply meant to lead us astray, he could have done so without revealing himself. At least, not in the manner he did. It goes without saying that an alliance with the Ascians is out of the question. But since we have no way of knowing where they might be hiding, it seems only logical to press on with our mission, even if our enemy seems content for it to succeed.
Then let us discuss the Sin Eaters. I would begin by thanking you all for your efforts thus far. In striking down the Lightwardens of Lakeland and Ilmeg, you have accomplished more in your short time here than all of our forces managed in the last century.
That may be, but the Wardens of Calusia, Armarang, and Raktika remain.
Indeed, and their precise whereabouts are as yet unknown. Which is why I propose we divide our forces and conduct a systematic survey of each region. Once we have found our quarry, we may then determine how best to proceed.
I'll take Armarang in that case. I know the lie of the land well enough.
If there are no objections, I will make for Calusia. I have connections there both in and around Yulmore that may prove useful.
Isn't it a little dangerous for you to go back to
Then I would
Yulmore?
ask that you journey to Raktika. There you will find Y'shtola. With her assistance, I doubt the Warden will evade your grasp for long.
Is Y'shtola the conjurer you and Urianger used to talk about?
That's right. Though we haven't spoken much since she left for the forest.
I fear I may be to blame for that. I had every intention of relaying the news of your arrival, but she is disinclined to speak with me. You have visited her, have you not? Might I trouble you to...
'Twould be no trouble.
My thanks. While you are all out in the field, I shall be here attending to business. I had somewhat fancifully contemplated joining the search myself, but other matters demand my attention.
What's that?
A letter.
A missive from Lord Vorthry. He invites me to join him in Yulmore to discuss the recent conflict at Lida Luram.
And? Did he even bother to offer any bait? It's obviously a trap.
I should be surprised if it were not. Nevertheless, I must seize this opportunity to speak with him, even if only a few words are exchanged. Though my power will be much diminished so far from the tower, it is a risk I am willing to take. Master Alphino, might I impose upon you to accompany me to Yulmore prior to beginning your reconnaissance?
Of course.
Then let us make ready. Safe travels to you all.
Morning, Adam. Hope you're doing well. Before you leave, I would make a request of you. There is a church, or rather, there are the ruins of a church at Job. Might I ask that you go there before you seek out Y'shtola? It was a place where people once gathered to worship the light. Alas, it has long since fallen into disuse. Yet within that hall remains a tablet whose writings, I believe, may prove of use to Y'shtola. At the very least, such a relic would make a suitable gift for your reunion. A most considered proposal. Very well. Ere we depart to Ratika, we shall journey unto Fort Job, that we might secure this relic. All right. To Job. Someday I will remember to get all the flying stuff. Yeah, got all those, just the quests. Here, amidst these ruins, we'll find the Church of the First Light, and within that hallowed hall the tablet we seek. Time is of the essence, my friend. Let us be quick. At the height of Lakeland's prosperity, these sites served not as man's final bastion, but as a testament to his ingenuity and architectural prowess. The Church of the First Light was responsible for such marvels, building majestic chapels in every corner of the realm. Alas, with the flood of the light, with its inexorable tides, would drown nigh everyone, and did all but part at end to religion as a whole. For the creatures which then did rise from the vigilant deluge were seen as agents of the divine punishments, sent to devour sin and sinner both, whence came the name of Sin Eater. The people were lost, seemingly forsaken by their God. Yet where there is light, there hath ever been shade, and 'twas in the dark they sought solace. The most devout of these worshippers of shadow then migrated to the Ratika Greatwood. But that is a tale for another time. For now, let us find what remaineth of the chapel here. Alright. Chapel in the Shadows. That looks good enough. Aye, this is indeed the church we seek. It's surprisingly intact. What little is left of the churches I've seen until now has become born of the scars of decades of disuse. Its subterranean construction hath done much to protect the hall from the ravages of time. Yet the reason for its remarkable preservation may be deduced from its decoration. As fate the light did wane, so rose reverence for the dark. And its followers did want for a place of worship. To be plain, the standards which do adorn these walls belong not to those who built them, but to worshippers of the dark, the knights blessed, who subsequently migrated to Ratika, yes? Indeed, 'twas beneath the shaded boughs of Ratika's great wood that they finally found sanctuary. Oft and many times did Eulmore make superious overtures of friendship unto them, but they are no fools. The Exarch knoweth fully well that Y'shtola in her seclusion doth labor to learn all that she may of the blessed and their past. 'Tis why he sent us here, I now see. The tablet of which he spoke no doubt provideth a glimpse into the history that she yearneth to comprehend. Well then, we best hurry and find it. Yay, we get to do searchy again. Were the tablet a fragment of Holy Scripture, it would most assuredly rest here on this altar. Yet this would, I presume, also have been where the blessed placed the font of the sea used to practice their faith. Whither then would they have set the temple? I see as Thancred. Can anyone tell me what this infernal tablet even looks like? And it's a mini Manphilia. I can barely see my hand in front of my face. Only that torch was a little closer. Yeah. That works. With the altar, you sayest? Ask him Kote how they see in the dark. That's awesome. Not escapeth thine eye, 'twould seem. This is indeed the tablet we seek. Curious, these engravings predate the Knight's Blessing. If I am not mistaken, these are written in the script of the ancient empire of Ronco, whose capital once stood amidst what is now Ratika. 'Twill be no small matter to decipher them. A fine gift for our seeker of truth. 'Tis plain the Exarch understoodeth Y'shtola only too well. But come, let us quit this place and make ready for our journey into the woods. Ere we depart, there is a custom of the Knights Blessed which I feel compelled to elucidate. As one might expect, they deem light to be aberrant, and everything it touches befouled. Thus do they take the utmost pains to protect all they can from instinct, including their very names. To speak plain, it is a belief of the blessed that one's own name must ne'er be uttered in the light of everlasting day. Yet this commandment precludeth not the using of another's. Thus do parents protect their children, and in rare cases masters their disciples. So it is that Y'shtola hath taken the name of Master Matoyo. Lest we offend them, I bid you speak not her true name in the Blessed's presence. With that in mind, let us speak with the guard who keepeth vigil at the great woods border. I bet the old Chrome's gonna be pleased to hear about that one. Alright, I need to take that out. Let's not walk on the graves. Bum, bum, bum. So, which guard speaks the truth? Well, traveler, what business brings you here? Yes, of course, right this way.
No matter how far he goes, man cannot resist looking back on the path he has walked. The untold stories and secrets of the past can be more alluring than the promise of tomorrow. And so he braves the forests of Raktika in search of mystery and wonder. Of Ronka, to which all seekers of hidden truths are inevitably drawn.
We have arrived. Vast though these woods may be, they are, by and large, uninhabitable. Not so the swamps of Cydia, however, whose sparse foliage permitted man a foothold. No lands must remain beyond our grasp. Go forth, conquer, rule!
Forgive me. A sudden pang of nostalgia for those halcyon days. Exploring virgin territories, subjugating primitive peoples, all for the glory of Garlemald.
If you've brought your ivory standard, I'll be happy to tell you where to stick it.
Can we not simply take a moment to enjoy the view together? Or would you rather I spied on you from the shadows? Much more of this, and I may very well begin to regret my show of good faith.
If you really want to stay, then help us fight.
No, I think not. I am an observer, nothing more. Even shielded by the shadows of these boughs, I feel the light's presence most keenly. To accompany you is taxing enough. To fight is out of the question.
I will suffer your company if I must, but not your commentary.
Getting them itself to not speak, that's a feat. That's why Lah-Hee was so weak. 'Tis plain our Ascian counterpart meaneth to follow us wherever so we lead. Were it otherwise, he would not suffer the overabundance of light in these worlds. Verily, I prevaileth every corner, and so long as the Lightwarden remaineth, that Senators shall be free to prey upon these lands without streak. If naught is done, 'tis but a matter of time before the blessed succumb. 2 years past, the swarm of sin-eaters did lay waste unto their largest settlement, killing a great many of their priests and so. Though some few did survive, they knew not how to go on, wayward souls in want of a guiding hand. For a mercy, Y'shtola hath provided that which they sorely needed. They have since endeavored to restore their home, and thither shall we bend our steps to Fort Gold. Alright. So what we saw in the Prelude trailer was basically them getting wasted and destroyed by a Sin-Eater invasion. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna get rebuilt anytime soon.
I see little sign of recent activity, nor hath any meaningful progress been made with the reconstruction. Mayhap Y'shtola sought shelter elsewhere. Come, let us quit this place.
Oh, there's a greeting.
These senators, they're not like the others.
There's a reason for that. Lower your weapons, please. We mean you no harm.
How is it they can speak?
It's a Sin Eater trick. They mean to kill us all.
You know I have to.
That will seem a lot less amusing when we are forced to kill them.
No. They probably don't even have moogles on this shard.
Oh, for the love of... I had hoped that by accompanying you, we might come to understand one another. But all I have come to understand is that you have a knack for inflaming the natives. You've committed the cardinal sin of boring me. And so, I retire to the shade.
Good luck.
Good luck.
There! Did you see that one disappear?
I think I preferred Lah-Hee.
Enough. Runard, report.
Master Matoya!
Someone got a new trip.
We apprehended them as you ordered, but are you certain these are Sin Eaters?
The intense light of the ether I saw was unmistakable. If not Sin Eaters, then what?
Tis passing queer that Y'shtola should mistake us for the enemy, is it not? Mayhap it hath been too long since last she beheld the radiance of thine ether. Master Matoya, hath time truly made strangers of us?
I mean, you can't blame the blind cat.
Nay, I recognize you, Urianger, Thancred. And this is Minfilia of the First, of whom you spoke before.
Just so. And knowing as thou must that we come in peace, might I prevail upon thee to have thy comrades lower their arms?
First explain this other presence in your company. The one I know not. There is but one manner of creature in this world whose ether is suffused with such an abundance of light.
Mine apologies, Master Matoya, but thou art mistaken. Before thee standeth our dearest comrade, the truest hero among us. Though she is but recently arrived here in the First, not one but two Lightwardens have already perished by her most puissant hand.
It cannot be.
Always got a teaser. Just wait until we get back to the source and I tell someone.
Master Matoya?
Lower your weapons. Forgive us this hostile welcome. Come. I would give you a proper introduction to Raktika and its people.
peacefully, thankfully. You have been busy since arriving on the first, I gather. I would hear of your tale, of your travels, in a more suitable surrounding. With Fort Gom yet to be rebuilt, the Knights must have made their home in a settlement to the northwest. I will await you at its entrance. Follow the path through yonder gate and you will find me soon enough. Alright. We are heading that way. There you are. I was beginning to worry. Much like the Twelves would, this forest has a way of dealing with those who stray too far from the beaten path. But I digress. Let me show you the home of the Knights Blessed. Nice place. Only the roots. It's almost like it's a world tree.
Slitherbough is the largest of the blessed settlements. They worship no gods, instead revering darkness itself. It is a curious kind of faith, but one which has granted them the strength to persevere in the wake of the flood. I hope you weren't expecting a grand feast by way of welcome. They are a simple people. Now, I would hear of your travels away from prying ears. Come. I see. And now you seek the Lightwarden of Raktika. In the days after I arrived in the First, I too relied upon the Crystal Exarch for guidance. But his penchant for secrecy and the telling of half-truths soon lost him my trust. And thus did I strike out on my own. My work eventually led me here to the forest, which I've come to know like the back of my hand. I cannot say with certainty where your quarry is hiding, but I am confident I can narrow the search.
Oh?
Well, go on then.
Please.
Some few thousand years ago, this forest stood at the heart of the Empire of Ronka. A great many relics of that civilization can still be found to the east in Ixmaya. Or rather, could be found, were the area not fiercely guarded. Ixmaya, you see, is home to a tribe of warriors whose lineage is said to date back to the time of the Empire. Any attempt to enter their territory is met with lethal force. They offer no warnings, and suffer no trespasser to escape. Needless to say, my every attempt to survey the area has been thwarted.
Mayhap the Warden hideth there, full knowing none may approach it for fear of these protectors.
As for the tablet, I find the timing of its discovery suspiciously convenient. If I did not know better, I would think someone was trying to curry favor with me.
Someone knows your weakness.
Regardless, it will take time to decipher these writings. Yet I would not be at all surprised if they somehow held the key to entering Ixmaya unmolested. The Exarch has a nose for serendipity.
If there is aught I can do to assist thee in unraveling their secrets, thou needst only ask.
Thank you, Urianger. I may well take you up on that offer. While we set to work, might I suggest you take a tour of the city? Should you be in any doubt as to the importance of your role as the Warrior of Darkness, the people here will surely cure you of it.
I must say, Ishtola, while most of us have struggled to come to terms with our altered circumstances, you seem to have adapted rather well.
Lest you forget, Master Matoya and I dedicated our lives to uncovering the truth which hides at the heart of our world. Though separate, the fate of this reflection is nevertheless bound to that of our home. That I would be daunted by such an invaluable opportunity is absurd. But what of you, Thancred? Could it be that you are still struggling to come to terms with the nature of your young companion?
Oh, now, Mommy and Daddy shouldn't fight in front of the children.
My struggles are none of your concern. Quite why you would speak thus and in this company, I do not know. Perhaps you left more of yourself back in the source than I assumed. If you'll excuse me.
He understands that I'm not the same. That I'm not her.
Understands, perhaps, but does not accept.
Yeah.
The question being whether he ever will. And whether you will, more importantly. As difficult as your circumstances may be, they are yours, not his. 'Tis you and you alone who bears ultimate responsibility for your life. But you need not make any hard choices now. Why not go and get some fresh air, clear your head?
Alrighty. I am not indifferent to Thancred's troubles. Nevertheless, I will not apologize for holding him to a higher standard after all these years. He has ever been a man of considerable resolve, and that is what I will continue to expect. Though it heartens me to know that some of us remain ourselves in spite of our present circumstance. I can but imagine how Alize and Alphino have changed since arriving here in the First. I realize I am not as I was on the Source, but I cannot say that I regret the decision that allowed me to come this far. Returning to the matter at hand, I really must begin working on deciphering this tablet. In the meantime, perhaps you should take a look at Belt's Leatherbound. If there is anything you need, pray speak with Runar at the plaza. Speak to him after we get an rights. Welcome. Welcome. My apologies for our less than hospitable greeting earlier. Tell me, what is your name? From where do you hail? From the Crystarium. I see. And this tablet you've brought may help us find the Lightwarden here in Ratika. You are welcome to stay with us for as long as you need. Come, let me show you around. Would it be alright if I joined you? Of course, of course. Anything for a guest of our dear Master Matoya. Thank you. She means a great deal to the Knight's Bless, doesn't she? If not for her, we may have all perished in the Great Fire. Within our priests slain and our home in ruins, we were at the mercy of the Sin Eaters. It was she who drove them back. And with her sage guidance, we were able to rebuild. Before long, she became a central figure in our community, a great oak within whose shadow many have come to find solace. That is not to say there were not those who hesitated to grant an outsider such authority, myself included. Perhaps it is the smile in her eyes when she speaks of the sunless sea. I feel whole again, now that she is with us. I have no doubt the others feel the same. She is as much a part of the Knight's Blessed as any of us, and we are grateful for all that she does in the service to the dark. But you did not hear this from me. Now, you should know there are certain customs we ask guests to adhere to so long as they reside within Slitherbow. To show reverence to the dark? In a word, yes. But fear not, it is not too involved. Let us begin something simple. Follow me. Where do we go? Should you see any of our people come to this chamber, they have likely returned from a journey beyond the borders of Ratika. We use the water stored here to cleanse ourselves of light's impurity. A simple and perhaps peculiar custom, but is one most important. Would you two kneel for just a moment that I might rid you of the light's impurity. Sure, that's why you have us kneel. It's not some dominance thing or anything. Holy water. Or would it be unholy water since it's attuned to the dark? And with that, you have been cleansed of the light's blighted touch. How do you feel? I'm not sure, to be honest. Not refreshed exactly, but I do feel different. Has this water been treated in some way? Only blessed by our priests. They are practiced in the arcane arts. As such, it is said their prayers imbue the water with a faint, dark energy. A prickling sensation. No one has ever spoke of this reaction before. I wouldn't say it was an unpleasant sensation, but I too felt something strange. The dark aspect of this water should have no discernible effects unless... Now the gods, Master Matoya was right. You are sin eaters. I jest. What you felt was likely no more than the chill of the water. Perhaps now would be a good time for you to acquaint yourselves with the people of Slitherbow. For that, I must teach you a customary greeting. Alin Tuta, in the language of the Ronka. It is one of several ways we might say good evening. The world is not as safe as it once was, and this greeting let us quickly discern friend from foe. Is there a handshake or a gesture we should know too? I would hate to offend anyone. You need not worry. Merely speak the words Alin Tuta, and they will know you as friend of the blessed. I will await your return here. Now go. They are likely to be heartened by your knowledge of our ways. Alrighty. Another speaky speak. I guess that works. Oops, must be insane. Ah, newly come traveler. Alan Chissy, and welcome to Slitherbow. You must forgive us if we seem strangely reserved. We are a quiet and taciturn people, silent and serene as the sunless sea. The quiet makes it easy to discern the presence of the eaters and other dangers here in the woods. Alan Chisi, welcome, friend. I take it you remain in these woods for some time? Be wary of these woods. You will find poison in near everything you see. But fear not, our medicinal tea will keep you healthy. Ask, and it is yours. I could go for some tea.
Everyone was so kind and gracious. I was nervous at first, but already I'm starting to feel at home. There's still much I have to learn about the Knights Blessed, but their faith and strength of will is nothing short of inspiring. I can see now how they built such a thriving community.
Ah, you are returned. Very good. No doubt they were glad of your company. It has been too long since we had visitors. Remember, if you have any questions or there is anything you need, do not hesitate to ask. Speaking of which, we must arrange food and lodging for your stay. As friends of Master Montoya, we cannot ask for payment, but if you would be willing to lend a hand... Sure, I guess. We are fortunate indeed to play host to such generous souls. The task I have in mind is simple enough. All I ask is that you take the jug of water and water the crops in the square.
May I help too?
Oh, of course. One of the things you do, filling, and the other, the watering. Speak with Erisabel. When you have finished, she will be relieved to hear the crops have been tended to. While you take care of that, I will see to your room and warm meal.
Hey, then I'll fill you water. This was the only jug I could find which is small enough to lift, but I'm afraid there's a crack in the bottom. I need to hurry to the garden before all the water leaks out. Hooray, the new transporting mechanic. So now they didn't add dripping to it. Alright, hopefully you found a pot that's better this time. Was there enough water for the pot? Only half? I see. But let me refill the jug for you. Well met, travelers. I observed you earlier speaking with the others. Have you need of something? You watered the crops. Ah, my apologies for not noticing sooner. I have been rather distracted of late. Watering the crops was always Todoya's duty, but she is no longer with us. We have since taken to sharing the duty, though never with guests. You are most kind. Is there anything else we can do to help? We could plan something if you like. There is no need. The plot is small as true, but it provides us with enough to survive. We ask for no more.
It is pretty small for an entire village.
I don't know how you manage. Have the Blessed not considered leaving? Life would surely be easier almost anywhere else. I can understand why you might say that, but the easiest path is not always the right one. Tell me, do you know of our history? How our faith came to be? Yes, I believe so. The Knights Blessed was initially formed by those who lost their home in the wake of the flood? What began as an occasional gathering of survivors eventually grew into a community, which ultimately decided to strike out on its own in the Ratika Greatwood? I see you have read your history. But there is history that is told and one that is lived. Like so many in those times, the first of the Knights Blessed lost everything. Their homes, their loved ones, all they held dear. To make matters worse, none could say what became of the souls of those lost to the flood, when their bodies were reborn as sin-eaters. The people were without answers, without hope, their gods having drowned alongside with everything else. It seemed that nothing was beyond the reach of the light. But soon they realized that where there is light, there must be darkness. And in that truth they found a new faith, a belief that the souls of the departed could yet find peace beyond these burning skies, in the sunless sea above. That is why we pray, for the safe passage of the wayward souls unto that blessed black abyss, for the return of the night, that we might someday look upon the kingdom of heaven with our eyes. We remain in these woods for the selfsame reason our founders first chose them, that we may lead lives of simplicity with the shade of these trees as a constant reminder of our faith. With so many seeking paradise in Yulmore, it's refreshing to find people who value a humbler existence. You are kind to say that. Many consider our way of life foolish, and so it must seem to those who yet cling to their worldly possessions. In times such as these, when everything can be taken away in an instant, it is all too easy to lose sight of why we fight to go on living. It is not to hold fast to material things, but to hold those who went before in our hearts, to keep alive the legacy that they have left us. This is what we must do for them, our children and generations yet unborn. To keep their legacy alive.
Those who worship the light live in decadence. Those who worship the shadow live in simplicity. Pretty cut and dry, so to say. Done tending to the crops already. Very good. It should not be long now before your room is ready. Runar! In the woods, sin eaters. I fear they may have the touch. Where? In the grove to the southwest. For mercy, they've yet to wander any close to Silverbow. Then we have no need to engage. Inform the guard that no one is to set foot outside the village until they have moved on. But sir, what of Tadoya's Heartstone? It must be retrieved before the service. Oh, all the times for the Sin Eaters to appear.
Are you just going to leave them alone?
Under normal circumstances, we would not hesitate in striking the beast down. But if they indeed have the touch, I will not risk them corrupting one of our own.
What was that you said about a stone?
A few days past, Tadoya, a child of the Night's Blessed, was slain by a Sin Eater. We succeeded in retrieving her body, but in our haste, we failed to notice her necklace was gone. Strung to it was a pendant of jade, her heartstone. All of the Night's Blessed are given such a stone at birth. It is the most valued possession one can own. It is custom to present the heartstone of the deceased at their funeral as an offering to the heavens, but now...
What if I could find for you? I have experience fighting Sin Eaters, and the Light's corruption doesn't touch me like it does others.
Master Matoya called you Minfilia, did she not? Are you truly the Minfilia? Descendant from the Oracle? Even so, I dare not ask you to risk your life for the blessed.
I understand how you feel, but I can't stand by knowing that your people are in need and I can help. Please, let me do this.
Very well. But if the danger proves too great, you must retreat. I could never forgive myself if we were forced to hold a second service.
I nearly forgot about Thinkrin. What if he returns before I do?
Don't tell Dad.
What do you mean to say you'll come with me? Thank you. Let's return then. Before he returns.
Go swiftly, and may the shadows keep you both.
I mean, he'll never find out if we both keep it a secret, right? Oops, not that one.
Alright, let's see if we can find the stone quickly. A jade pendant in a field of green grass. That's gonna be so easy to find. There, Sin Eaters. Oh, it's one of you. Great. Two of them, in fact. I was hoping there'd only be one. There's no way we can search for the stone without dealing with them first. Let's hear your plan, little one. Fighting them together here would make a lot of noise, which might attract beasts or other ethers. But if we fought them separately and quietly, we might not have to worry about that. Alright then, I'll draw one away while you handle the other. Alright, you get to play with me. Alright, where'd you go? Did you really have to drag it that far? Saphrine, there you are. It's done, though I fear I was a bit careless. I'll do better next time, I promise. I'm fine. You needn't worry about me. More importantly, we have to find that heartstone. You said it was made of jade, right? We'll search over there in the bush. Alright. Got a big old area to search. Got that. Nope, just leaves. Is this more leaves? Oh, wow. Oh, found it. Did you have any luck? It's so beautiful. This has to be it. You know, Thancred always said you were a woman of many talents, and I think I'm beginning to understand what he meant. I have much to learn if I'm being half the hero you are. The hero she was... Ah, I'm sorry. Forget I said anything. We should head back to Slitherbow. Runar and the others are probably worried. Always trying to live up to the legacy, yet just realized she wasn't... That Minfilia wasn't much of a fighter. Where are we at? Looks like someone got in trouble. Thank goodness you're safe. I've begun to fear the worst. Actually. Yep, gonna stay away from that one. By all that is dark, you've found it. We can proceed with her service as planned. These blessed gems serve not only to protect us in life, to guide our spirits unto the sunless sea and the hereafter. Even should we be felled by the Sin Eaters, so long as these gems are recovered, our souls are ensured peace in the dark. Words fail to express my gratitude for this kindness you have done for the blessed. I must insist that you and your friends attend to Daya's service as honored guests. There is still much we must do to prepare, but please go and inform them. Others, they will be held in the dark room. When you arrive, there should be an attendant present to explain the proceedings.
Saphrine and I learned so much about the Nice Blessed while you were away. And we helped them recover a lost heirloom out in the woods. I know I wasn't supposed to leave, but they really needed our help. These senators and
As long as she accompanied you. But do try and be more careful. Your injuries could have been a lot worse.
How did you know?
Let's just say a little bird told me. Ted's telling me now that Saphrine has business with us.
Is something the matter? They've asked us to attend the service? Of course we'll go. It's being held in the darker, isn't it? I'll take care not to be late, I promise.
Darker than dark, blacker than black. This really reminds me of Amphidour. Should be.
It seemed only right that we show our faces. May we join you?
Let us begin. I thank you all for coming to pay respects to our fallen daughter of the night. In the light, she was known as Todia, but in the dark, we shall remember her always as Menine. Let us each take a moment to offer her our prayers. we entrust her now to the Night's sweet embrace. In darkness will she be free from pain and suffering, now and forevermore. May her soul find peace in the sunless sea of heaven, and in the love we bear for her in our hearts.
That vessel represents the night sky, the sunless sea of heaven.
We call upon you now, O bringer of shadow, to lead this gentle soul unto the sea. We call upon you, O warrior of darkness, to deliver her unto paradise everlasting.
And here that tale holds true.
I am told you assisted in the preparations for the service. On behalf of the Blessed, you have my sincerest thanks. The enduring legend of the Warrior of Darkness owes much to the traditions of these people. And none were more ardent in their faith than Todia. She would have been greatly moved by your presence.
Go with this one.
You might not deliver her to the heavens, but if you could deliver the night sky to her people, the real night sky, it would be the next best thing. Their prayers would finally be answered. They could gaze up at the firmament and see their ancestors in every twinkle of the stars. We cannot allow their hopes and dreams to drown in the light. We have to bring back the dark. If we don't, who will? Forgive me, thinking of all those we have lost.
Don't apologize.
No, it's all right. We will bring back the dark.
Mayhaps sooner than later, in fact.
Oh? Did you finish?
Urianger and I finished deciphering the tablet, and its contents were most illuminating. Let us reconvene in my chambers. We have much to discuss.
Okay.
Good news, you're here. Thanks to the Exarch's gift, our next course of action is now clear. Dun, dun, dun. Let me begin by first explaining the origins of this tablet. I initially believed it might detail the history of the Church of the First Light, but much to my surprise, it dates back to the end of the Ronkin Empire, and was likely written under the direction of the reigning ruler. It was a time of strife and unceasing war with neighboring nations. With each passing day, they yielded more and more territory to their enemies. In their desperation, petitions for aid were sent out to their allies. This was one such petition. And you think this ancient petition will somehow help us get into Yashmai? Indeed, we do. For etched into this tablet is a method by which one may prove themselves an ally of the Rondkin Empire. Provided we are able to decipher said instruction, we may entreat the ruins' protector to grant us safe passage. The problem, however, is I presently lack the resource to decipher them in their entirety. We have but one recourse. There exists a stone monument inscribed with ancient Ronkin text and translations in a more modern dialect, which came into use after the fall of the Empire. I am confident it will suit our purposes. Where can we find this monument? Here in Sitia, quite close to Slitherbow, in fact. The good news ends there, however, for it is in the possession of a rather radical faction of dark worshippers, the children of the everlasting dark. If I am to study the monument, I must infiltrate their encampment. I have no intention of taking longer than absolutely necessary, but I will nevertheless require time to transcribe the text I need. To ensure that I will have enough, I am afraid I must ask you and Thancred to assist me. And before you even ask, the answer is no. If we are to remain unseen, our group must be as small as possible. All right. I'll stay here until you return. We won't be long. If anything should happen, you keep her safe. Then let us convene outside, to the west of Slitherbow, where the path diverges. Don't worry, we'll bring back a souvenir. The encampment we seek is to the north, but it would be foolish to simply rush in. A guard has been posted at Cleric to keep watch over the children. Perhaps he has ought to share of their recent activity. But we must tread carefully. There is a chance we may encounter them along the way. Stay close and stay alert. I would avoid confrontation if possible. They rejoice in dealing death to others, claiming that in their doing so they cleanse their victim of sin and usher them unto the sunless sea. I would rather not sully my hands defending myself against such madmen. It's a gin. It's a lot of gin. There we go. That's our first one. The blessed dark. Thank goodness you are unharmed. We would have arrived sooner, but we had to rather unwelcome visit from the children. You are acquainted with Master Matoya, then? My apologies. The children have been acting strange of late, and so I thought to take a closer look. I was careless. Strange. What have you seen? At first, there seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary. The usual gathering of ingredients for poisons from flora and fauna. That's normal. But then I took notice of their venomous spiders. They've been breeding them in much greater numbers. As if they're preparing for something. Any ideas as to what? It could be anything, really. If it meant the end of the blessed, nothing would be too cruel or violent for them. But perhaps we can use their present preoccupation with spiders to our advantage. If we were to introduce a threat to the nest where they kept them, the children would be compelled to save them. Bees, for example, are a natural predator of spiders. Set them loose on the nests, and we would have our opportunity to sneak into their encampment. What a mischievous plan. I like it. With a bit of smoke, we should be able to subdue a few colonies long enough to secure their hives. Have you anything we might be able to use? We should have smoke bombs at the outpost just over there. That settles it. Grab a few smoke bombs from the outpost and search out for beehives. I imagine bees won't take too kindly to your visit, but once they're knocked out, take the beehives and bring them back here. 2 will suffice, I should think. Just gotta watch out for those final stings. Alright. Let's get the smoke. Which we actually want. Close enough. Yep.
I take it those were not all too happy. There it is. One more. And just bag it up. Now let's create some chaos. The god returned to Slitherbone, but not before offering his thanks. As for the beehives, Thancred and I were successful in acquiring what we need. How did you fare? This is more than enough. The children are certain to be displeased. Let us hurry before the bees begin to sting. The children's settlement is to the west, the place they call the Woven Oath. According to the god, there is an airway apart from the entrance which leads to the spider's nest. If the fates are kind, the way will be clear. Whenever are the fates kind? Man, that is a distance out there. Throw those a little dirt deeper. Up there is the airway. Do you see it? A bit far, perhaps, but we should be able to toss the bag through. But we should probably loosen the ropes, keeping it closed enough it falls open when it lands inside. May I do the honors? That should do it. Now we wait. What is that? Bees! By the abyss, they're everywhere! Not the bees! Help! Someone help! We have to save the spiders! It sounds like our plan is working. Still, it is quite likely not all were drawn away from their posts. If she come to blows with the children, I'll see to it any signs of struggle are concealed. Failing that, I'll create distraction to buy Y'shtola more time. Should anyone get past me, it falls to you to guard her. Your concern is appreciated, but I sincerely doubt it will come to that. Why do I get the feeling you enjoy the idea of me loafing about bored in the shadows? Come now, Thancred. The shadows are a fitting place for a warrior of darkness. Now, if you both are ready. Yeah, that's the arrow way. Always confuses me. Pardon me. Wow, there's a room. The font of scenes suggests this is a chamber of prayer. At the very least, they would not place this near potential distractions from their worship. Perhaps the monument is further in. Did not mean to step on those. Yes, this is it. I will be but a moment. Keep watch of the entry. On second thought, would you mind examining the murals on the wall while I look at this over? At a glance, I can tell they are old, predating the founding of the Blessed and the Children, in fact. We are not like to come here a second time. 'Twould behoove us to learn all that we can. Yep, it's all four. It is on them.
These paintings, they seem familiar. Depictions of heroes throughout history. The Age of Gods, the Empire of Ronka, and this. There was a man, a researcher who pored over these pieces. He offered us work when we needed it, slaying beasts, delivering provisions. A funny old bugger he was, but he had a good heart. He believed this first painting dated back to a time of myth and legends, a tribute to the heroes of a long-forgotten era. The story went that it was rediscovered by an explorer from Ronka, who was so struck by its majesty that a second painting was commissioned, commemorating the heroes of their day. "One day you will all be here too," he said. He Heroes immortalized forever. Maybe I'll paint you myself? I had a good laugh at that. We were only trying to make our way, after all. Being heroes couldn't have been further from our minds.
And
But
yet,
it seems he actually went and did it. Before or after the flood, I wonder. Rather faded, isn't it? Compared to the others. Or did someone try to scrape it off the wall? Well, maybe the man himself once he came to his senses. Do you suppose your deeds will warrant an addition to this collection? Or some other kind of monument?
doubtful.
There you are. I have everything I need. Let us quit this place. Is something the matter? We should go. The others are waiting.
Good. Good. I believe now I have everything I need to finish deciphering the tablet. Tell me, Saphrine, did the murals appear to be of any significance? Depictions of heroes from the Age of Gods, the Ronkan Empire, and immediately before the Flood. Very astute observations. Perhaps in another lifetime you could be a curator of antiquities. Though it has no bearing on the task at hand. Perhaps that knowledge may prove to be of use in the future. Let us hurry to Slaughterbow. The others are waiting. After we've returned, the two of you should rest a while. No doubt Runar will be eager to have you sample his cooking. As soon as I discover anything of import, you will be the first to know. Saphrine, guard told me you left with Master Matoyo to the Woven Oath. And no sooner do you return than she locks herself away in her chambers without so much as a word. She knows how I worry when she leaves without telling me. But she is safe, and that is all that matters. You must be hungry after such a journey. Why not have a seat by the fire? The stew will be ready soon. What fire? What fire?
Strange. The others on patrol should have returned by now. Our food will be overcooked if we wait any longer. We will just have to start without them. Would you call Master Matoya and the others?
I tire of these games, Urianger. Why do you pretend you cannot see it? blessing may spare her the fate of becoming a Lightwarden. But you cannot be blind to the nascent corruption. She is not as she was in the Source. Though I have no proof, I fear that the light which poured forth from the Wardens was not negated at all. I fear it was absorbed, that she has been suffused with their light.
Though I have given thought to this possibility, I dare not speak until more is known.
By the time you deign to enlighten us, it may be too late, if it is not already. Urianger, I know full well, after all these years, that you have only the best of intentions. But that does not make it any easier to put my faith in a man so infatuated with secrecy. I have had my suspicions ever since the Exarch bade you speak that day. But now I must ask. The 8th Umbral Calamity and all that followed. Everything you claim to have seen. Did you?
Help! Someone help! The Ilmorans have come for us! We're under attack!
Well, that's unexpected.
Lord Vorthry, how good it is to see you. How long has it been? Not since your inauguration, unless I'm mistaken. Too long, at any rate. May I say, how humbled I am to be invited not only into your city, but your home. You are as generous as ever.
And you as disingenuous. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. This merry band of dissidents people are calling Warriors of Darkness. They have slain Sin-Eaters, and by all accounts the Crystarium is complicit in their villainy. And now I hear reports of your people obstructing my soldiers, so I must ask, what exactly do you think you are doing?
I might ask you the same thing. It should be clear, even to you, that defeating the Lightwardens represents the world's only hope of survival. Even now, the people of Lakeland and Ilmeg rejoice in the return of night. For 100 years, they yearned for a means to fight back against the Sin-Eaters, and at last they have found one. Yet you choose to stand idly by and do nothing. Why?
Why? Because this hope you cling to is nothing more than a fever dream, an exercise in futility. Even should you slay the Sin-Eaters, the world as we know it is beyond salvation. With what little land and resources remain, the people would be free only to starve. Before long, they would turn to violence, then to war, and ultimately usher themselves unto oblivion. They require a firm hand to shepherd them from the edge. The hand of a king, nay, a god. I will see their dreams fulfilled. their wishes granted. I will give them peace, order, and they shall never want for bliss. Men are fickle creatures who entertain vague ideals without the faintest notion what they cost. But a little fear can go a long way towards helping them realize what it is they truly need. Sanctuary. And they shall find none in this world save that which I afford them.
Oh,
That
worse.
is why the Sin Eaters exist. To unite the world under my dominion.
A paradise fit to grace the 8th Umbral era.
What was that?
A minor epiphany, nothing more. You have always held sway over those around you. Those who defy you must submit or die. What sits before me is the inevitable result of bloated privilege and unchecked power. But man is more resilient than you think. His achievements are not the product of violence and bloodshed, but compassion and understanding. This calamity is but another crisis to be overcome, and we will, once we eliminate the Sin Eaters.
You poor deluded fool. These people care not for the morrow. They care only for the now, and the contentment they lack. What good is a paradise to them if it is 1,000 years in the making, or even 100?
You underestimate them, Lord 4-3. They see further than you think. I have beheld it in the blood and sweat and tears of those who would sacrifice everything for a future they may never know, that their children may never know. I have beheld it in the hopes and dreams of those who came before, which we bequeath to those who come after, that they might in turn build upon the foundations laid by our forebears. These are the bonds which hold man and his world together, not your gilded chains, and I will resist your every effort to shackle him.
In summary, you will continue to support the villains hunting my Sin Eaters?
With tremendous enthusiasm, for I have faith in the future they would build.
Why do I even bother? Fools, the lot of you! So naive! So painfully predictable! Did you imagine I did not know your mind? That I would wait until after this meeting to dispatch my forces? Even as we speak, they march to the Sin Eaters' defense. Insurrection will not be tolerated! The people of this world are mine to rule, mine to command. And you are no exception! What? How did he?
He wasn't even there.
Insolent swine! I will not stand for this! Do you hear me?
I think he's just slightly unhappy. Just a little bit.
You speak for the Knights Blessed?
I do. I presume that is your doing. If you've come to parley, I must insist that you first return him to us.
You're in no position to make demands. By Lord Vorthry's decree, Raktika now falls under the governance of Yulmore. You will henceforth answer to us.
Is that so? And the children of the Everlasting Dark have acquiesced to this madness?
We have reached an accord, yes. Too many times have the Knights Blessed shunned Yulmore's overtures of friendship. The risk that you harbor hostile intentions has grown too great to ignore. Therefore, his lordship has claimed dominion over this forest and bestowed executive authority upon the children of the Everlasting Dark.
In his wisdom, Lord Vorthry has agreed to recognize ours as the only permissible expression of dark worship. It's one true faith. You and your false creed are a blight on these woods. A foul, unholy corruption that must be cleansed. Little wonder the Warrior of Darkness visits both Lakeland and Ilmeg, yet shuns Raktika. Your perverted teachings hold blessed Shadow at bay.
You have accepted the yoke of Yulmore to spite us, then? Fools. Darkness will never return to these skies while they hold sway.
Those of you minded to obey his lordship are to make for Woven Oath with all haste. We will leave you, but you may have time to prepare.
Woven Oath? Are you suggesting we abandon our fate to join those zealots?
What has your faith afforded you thus far? Nothing! We will guide you along the righteous path.
And should we refuse?
Anyone found here upon our return will be considered a traitor to Yulmore, and dealt with as such.
We will discuss these developments after I have tended to our casualty.
Well, guess the stew will have to wait later. The god hath been afflicted with the most terrible and infectious poison. We have attempted all manner of healing incantations, lest his condition remains unchanged. At present we can but slow the poison's advance. I pray it will afford us sufficient time to find a cure.
How fareth the young god? The poison spread through his system long before he was brought here. At present, there is naught we can do but ease his pain. Do not blame yourselves, my friends. All that can be done has been done. Even had we reached him sooner, it would have made little difference. The children employed countless poisons. Finding a suitable antidote is nigh an impossible task. What are the rest of the blessing? How have they taken to the news of Yulmer's generous proposition? With anger and dismay. We cannot hope to oppose both them and the children. I considered a convocation of all the Night Blessed that we might consider their ultimatum. But I know how they'll answer. Master Matoy, I am truly sorry. We cannot abandon our faith. There's no reason for you to suffer our decision. Your work is not yet done, and you still have time to flee. Flee? I am not wont to run from my troubles. In fact, with Saphrine's arrival, I am minded to take the offensive. The Yulmorans present here plainly stems from his desire to protect the Lightward. And I say we seek it out and slay the creature before they return. Were darkness to fall over Ratika, they would have no cause to remain. All of which is rather easier said than done, unless, of course, you have finally deciphered that tablet. I have, in matter of fact. And with it, we can prepare everything we need to enter Yixmai. What say you all? We will need to act quickly, but I believe it can be done. We cannot deny our fate, but one course lieth before us. Let villainy be done! Good. I leave the blessed in your capable hands, Runar. Oh, very well. I see there is no changing your mind. By all that is dark, I swear to keep the blessed safe. According to the tablet, we will need first to attain the seal, used to identify the allies of Ronka in times past. One such seal should be waiting for us in a complex of underwater ruins not far. You have some experience with subaquatic excursions, do you not? Then this should prove a simple task for you. The ruins we seek are at the bottom of Lake Sui Mekta. Well, you see to that. Minfili and I will remain here to help shore up Soliro's defenses. Your aid would be greatly appreciated. All right. Time for another dip. And that was an interesting change of music. There you are, ready for a swim? The seal we seek should be stored in the chamber somewhere inside the ruins beneath the lake. However, the entrance is seemingly protected by subtle Lah-Hee mechanism rooted in the symbolism of Ronkin culture. The Ronkin sought to live in harmony with nature, considering certain animals to be sacred. Foremost is their patron, the snake, portrayed as the protector of the woods, an arbiter of life and death. Below it were 4 others equal in rank: the coral, the colibri, the up, and the wolf, characterized as bringers of liberty, woods, enlightenment, and harmony, respectively. To open the chamber containing the seal, the tablet states that only one must pay due reverence to the 3 of these beasts by placing one's palms on monuments wrought in their image. That this must be done in a specific sequence. If my interpretations are correct, the order can be discerned from the 3 commandments which follow. Give praise unto the snake, by its strength do our lands prosper. Be as the oak, rival thy kin, as all parts seek betterment, so does the wolf. Be as the wolf, move at once. Peace comes to all who seek harmony in their kin. The tablet says not of the placement, size, or appearance of monuments, alas. Hopefully I'll come clear at the bottom of the lake. Go safely. That worked. Alright, so that's the primary one. There's the coral. That was wrong. There's the up. And now we need to do the wolf. Alright, that should have done it. Now, where was that entrance? There it is. Buried under ages of rock. Crap. Did you find it? This medallion, it bears the owl insignia of the Empire. There can be no doubt this is the seal of Ronkin. Well done, Saphrine. We can begin our preparations to enter Yxmaya in earnest. Time to go deeper into the woods. Bearing the seal, it should be possible to enter Yxmaya unmolested by its guardians. I will go ahead to Slitherbow and inform the others. When you have recovered from your exertions, meet with us in the cavern leading east out of the village. Sure. And where is everyone? There they are. Good, you are here. Runar opened the gate for us but a moment ago. Beyond lies Yxmaya, presumably the Lightwarden. It did not take long for the Wood's protectors to find me when we last came here, and I expect them to fall upon us just as quickly this time. Though we carry the seal, that is no reason for us to let our guard down. Now let us seek out the Warden and put an end to its reign over these woods.
It would seem we have found them.
You trespass upon sacred ground! Begone!
We did not come to!
She's gotten better since seeing us.
Stop! We mean you no harm!
Sister, is that...
We are allies of the Empire of Ronka. As is customary, we come bearing the seal of the Emperor.
It appears to be genuine. Then perhaps there's yet hope.
Perhaps. We acknowledge your seal, but we must be certain of its authenticity. Follow the azure flowers to our village. There we will judge if you are friend or foe.
Try not to stray from the path. All right?
Follow the flowers. Would it kill them to escort us?
Well, at least they're friendlier than Fran.
But if it affords us an opportunity to investigate Ixmaya, fine.
Follow the blue flowers. Follow the blue flowers. But they diverge. They split. Which way do we go? I would have the seal, that we may confirm its authenticity. Straight to the point, I see. Very well. There is no mistaking that the crest is of the royal family. It is of proper size, and by its weight it is plainly made was from gold. The seal is indeed genuine. For 3,000 years we have waited for this, and now you are here finally here. I bid you welcome, allies of Rampart. I am Almet, chiefess of the Farnoa. Almet, the younger sister. Seamet, pleasure. We were beginning to lose hope that you'd come. I beg your pardon. These are troubled times for my people. Although I can but imagine what has compelled you to venture into our woods. You must be tired after your journey. Please come, take your ease. If you'd like, I'd show you around the village, though I must warn you it is a long way down to the forest floor, so do watch your step. Dun, dun, dun. Yes, so what is your name? Saphrine. And this is common name nowadays? How times have changed. But I digress. Come and be sure to watch your step. A lot of buns, a lot of buns. Yep, this way.
As bearers of the seal, you have the right to know what has become of the Empire, and my people's purpose here. We are descendants of the Palace Guard, which served under the last Emperor, and to this day would carry on the duty of our forebears. And the final decree of His Eminence before Ronka's fall. By the wisdom of our people was Ronka made to strive. Such knowledge must never be forgotten, nor may it be suffered to fall into the hands of the wicked. Keep it secret, keep it safe, and look to the coming of our allies. Unto them you shall bequeath all ours, and thus will Ronka live on. By his command, we have remained in the Ratika Greatwood, guardians of Ronka ruins, and wisdom withheld within. I hope thou wilt not think of the question impertinent, but why did thy people flame longevity perchance play a part in the Emperor's decision to entrust this mission unto the undone? That was one reason, yes. We V's would easily live to see 3 of your elven lifetimes. We are also the fiercest fighters, so there are none more fit than us to stand watch over the remains of Ronka. But our duty has grown ever more perilous in the wake of the flood. Settlements such as this one were plentiful before the light claimed dominion over the land, but now Fenno is all that remains. Our numbers dwindle year by year. Before long, there will be one left to honor the Emperor's wishes. And you believe we, the allies for whom you have waited. You have the seal, do you not? After 3 millennia of waiting, that alone would be nothing short of a miracle. Truth be told, I'd begun to think you would never come. Sister? We are glad of your presence here in Gritwood. The wisdom of Ronka is yours should you wish it. You need only ask. You'd come in search of the Lightwarden. My apologies, but I do not know what it makes this planet. Ulmet, do you recall any sightings of this creature? Not in these past 30 summers. 30? But that would mean... How old are you exactly? Inferior. Never ask a Vis or Vieira their age. Young enough to remember. With age comes knowledge. There may be yet one among us who has seen or heard of this abomination you speak. We have your leave to see other V's then? But of course. Then we should split up and inquire individually. If someone knows something, I would hear of it while there's yet time to act. It was not my intention to pry, but your voices carry far. I know what it is you would ask of me. Unfortunately, the answer is no. I have not seen the Lightwarden. I patrol the ruins perimeter regularly, and if it were hiding nearby, I would know of it. Yeah, I'm sure with those ears you hear very well. It's another myth. You search for the Lightwarden. I cannot say I've ever laid eyes on it. Our duty is to protect the ruins, nothing more. We have no need to strike out in search of such a foe. You know, all these Met names kind of reminds me of the Lah-Hee, which in and of itself is pretty hilarious when you think about it. The Lightwarden? No, I have not seen it. But I have witnessed the horrors over the lesser eaters. How they are wont to hunt in packs and carry off their victims rather than consume them on the spot. I suspect the Warden is a grotesque scorpion thing, waiting patiently for its minions to bring it its next meal. That's disturbing. That's sad, but how? By the gods, allies of the Empire. My sincerest apologies for failing to note your arrival. It was the Warden you wished to know about. Yes, my mother, may she rest in peace, told me once of its appearance in these woods. Before settling here in Fano, she lived in a village near Ratika Falls until it was destroyed by the Sinitas. While out on patrol one day, she spotted a swarm of the abominations, one of which was different from the rest. It was larger for one thing, but what struck her was the way its fellows seemed to revere it. She was convinced that what she had seen was the Lightwarden. Well, at least we know it's officially here. Now, to find where these falls are and hopefully find where it is still. Yeah, youth is debatable. I'd pray the others were able to provide you what I could not. Near Ratika Falls. Why was I not told of this? I think I see now why it has never been spotted on our patrols. I have never heard of these falls, Ratika Falls. I can but assume it lies deep within the woods of Yixmaya. Yes, so, but the tunnels which lead there collapsed after a rather bloody battle with the Elders, and it has not been passable for many years. We made several attempts to clear away the rubble, yet each time we were driven back. In the end, we were forced to give up as lost, thereby making it a suitable place for the Warden to take sanctuary. There's perhaps one way to enter, though it would be a great peril to you and your companions. The Katane Ravel, a temple to the northeast. It has been sealed for centuries, but within it is a path that leads to the falls. Can it be opened? For the allies of Rantgard, it can. First, we must go to Bull Astrophilus. Once the flow of magic is restored there, the path through the Katana Ravel can be opened. This may sound like a simple task, but there are certain obstacles which prevent us from tending to it ourselves, and we know not how to overcome them. The Emperor never granted our forebears leave to look upon the secrets we are charged with protecting, that we might not be tempted. Means to do so were withheld from us. But we can show you the way. The rest will be up to you. It would seem we have our work cut out for us then, shall we? If we must. Let us be about it then. If that is your wish, then it is my duty to escort you. While we attend to matters at Mol Atrosphus, I would ask that your sisters accompany Urianger and Thancred and share with them all they can of these woods. While we have every intention of investigating Ratika Falls, it is yet possible the Lightwarden dwells elsewhere. With that in mind, it would behoove us to prepare for an alternative course of action. Umet, Siamet, I leave them to you. Yes, sister. Should our present course prove false, no doubt not that but Thancred and I shall find any and all possible paths forward. Tree topping. What you seek lies in the heart of Mol Atrosphus. Unfortunately, it was too sealed shut by the order of His Eminence. If we are to open it, we must first look to the morning stars. Come, I will show you the way. Alrighty. Further and further we go. Following the blue roses, flowers, whatever they may be. Looking upon these structures, I cannot help be reminded of the ruins of Girabania. Yet in the manner which they appear is expressing the natural flow of ether, it's more akin to the elegant pyramid pillars of the House of the Crooked Coin. What are you able to keep up, I see? Build them. Ahead lies the Morning Stars, 4 monuments built in tribute to the Guardians of Antica. Beyond them is the Great Pyramid of Unne, where the flow of magic must be restored. It is said that the monuments themselves are the keys to opening the pyramid. Though I know not how, that is for you to discover. Another puzzle. Wonderful. I would have a closer look. I must confess that at times when I too wonder what lies behind these ruins, but I would never defy the will of the Emperor. It is indeed another puzzle, but for a blessing there appears to be a similar one we encountered at the lake. These statues are all depictions of the divine beasts mentioned on the tablets. No doubt they will but open the way to the pyramid in like manner. We have but to discern the correct order. Let us split up and search the area for clues. These ruins are covered in ancient inscriptions. The ants may be, well, hiding among them. Indeed, it may be best to transcribe them if they are numerous, as you say, better than risk overlooking some. Though transcription would prove impractical for you, not being versed in Runic script, no matter, you will employ a different approach, impressions. Here, I thought to use these clay tablets to record anything significant imagery we discovered. They will serve you just as well. Take impressions of any inscription you find. You'll start at the base of the pyramids and begin at the top. When you have finished, return here and I will translate your findings. Great. This fun part. Only got to do it 2 more times. Ow. Keep going. That's good. Oh, there you are. I trust you made good with those clay tablets. Well done. A moment while I decipher what you have found. Apologies for the delay. Nothing we saw at the base of the pyramids gave any hint as to the solution of the puzzle, focusing instead on how to proceed. Have solved it. Your findings, on the other hand, appear to form a riddle. Once assembled, it reads as follows. Come together, share despair. Go thy ways, dread burdened bears. Mark the crown, heed its call. Avert thy gaze, forever fall. I had assumed the puzzle would involve a sequence, but from what Almed and I were able to gather, it is but a matter of suffusing one of the statues with ether. Question being, which one? Have you any thoughts?
expect me to figure it out. Given your talent of finding solutions to vexing problems, I think it best that you choose a statue. What say you, Saphrine? Alright, we're just gonna guess this. Right then, after you have selected a statue, I will imbue it with required ether. Should it prove to be a trap, I am more than capable of warding off any malign magics it may contain. Now, which statue shall it be? I want to say owl. Alright, I pray this works. Ether has been a sport. You really do have a talent for these things. The way should be good now. Come, let us. Someone approaches. Sister! Sister! Saphrine? What are you doing here? What has happened? Yomoran soldiers have entered Yexmaya. Yomoran soldiers? And what of the Blessed? Nothing specific, but it seems the Yomoran had little interest in Slaughterbar or its people. According to our scouts, the general and his men have made all haste for the gate to Yexmaya upon finding it. Together with Thangard, Yomet, and some others, have engaged them at the border. You are to return and assist Yomet at once. They are not to set foot near the ruins or follow. We will see to matters here and return as quickly as we can. Understood? Yes, sister. Be careful. Although I knew our time was short, I did not expect Yulmarons to move so swiftly. We have come too far to turn back now. Time is against us, friend. Quickly into the pyramid. Inwards we go. On this part. Wait, no, I want to go. Oh. No, this is Skyrim. That's right. That's a big hole. Try not to fall down it. Our way has been barred again. I am beginning to lose my patience.
That's what it should be through these doors. In the confessional of Topasar, the Elder. But why is it not open? Magic appears to be flowing through these walls, but it's being obstructed as it approaches the door. Is it not strange that only one of these pedestals bears an owl statue? Strange indeed. The second statue was likely hidden to keep the door sealed. We can cover more ground if we split up. Helmet, take the chamber to the south, Saphrine to the one to the east. I will search the chamber to the west. Come on to the east. Anyways. Oops. Is it here? I see an owl statue. I have looked everywhere, and wait, is that? A statue, you found it. It looks solid enough, but we need to return it to the altar, no? One might assume so, but nothing about these ruins has ever been quite so simple. I sensed strange energy emanating from the eyes of the statues in the corridors of this place. Should this figure be moved, it would not surprise me for them to suddenly stir to life. A trap, then. Or the unsuspecting as they attempt to return it to its rightful place. Precisely. Caution would serve us well. Which is why I would ask you to deliver the statue to the main chamber, you being our sacrifice. An abundance of magic yet courses through these walls, for my eyes as it is distractingly so. I believe yours, on the other hand, would be more aptly perceive the traps for what they are. Alright then, we will meet you at the door to the confessional of Topsa the Elder. Hey, another transport quest. Just have to make sure I don't get seen by the Eternal Watchers. Anyway. Right, that bird looks that way, that bird looks that way. So we'll take the long way around. Nope, not the back, really back. The statue is returned, but was that enough? I believe it was. I can sense ether flowing around the door now. I pray this means an end to the tricks and traps of these ruins. Well done. You're but one step from entering the Kitana Radical, but I must warn you, this is the last step, is without question the most perilous. Overcome this final trial, and the path forward will open to you. A path laden with more puzzles and traps, I'm sure, but the Emperor always takes such pleasure in wasting the time of his allies. Let us end this, Saphrine, while time is yet on our side. These quest titles. Before we enter, I would tell you of the trial that awaits you. The chamber is said to be filled with all manner of devices to keep trespassers away from the switch. The most potent being the wardens of its placement. They may very well force you into danger. So should we become separated, please use these. The spell leads. They allow us to communicate no matter where we are. May find ourselves. I think Saphrine and I can work out how to use these well enough, thank you. Alright, Saphrine. The sooner we finish here, the sooner we can return to the others. Duty time. Basically, I don't want to be seen by them. Where are you? Really?
Away with you! This ends now!
Alright. Please savor the emoting and chatting. Now, are you gonna follow me this time? Forget how many stacks it takes. Have things turn out badly. Uh-huh. Stola.
this fun stuff. Yes, okay. If we ever meet this Emperor, I am definitely gonna put my boot up his backside. Of course. Of course. Can we go? Basically Full Metal Alchemist in this right now. Oh. Gotta find a way out now. Oh, lovely, it's them.
Here I come! No holding back! Hopefully they'll be okay after that.
seems to be working.
That should take care of the traps.
I think not.
General, hold on!
What did you do? Nice job.
Expertly done.
How was I to know that that would happen? It looked like any other part of the floor. Might now be an opportune time to strike a bargain? We poisoned a number of villagers in Slitherbough with a toxin brewed for us by the children. This is the antidote. I dare say you know how potent their concoctions are, and the futility of trying to counteract their effects. Now, try anything here, and we're all likely to fall. Eventually someone will come to our rescue, or yours. Promise us safe passage, and we'll give you the antidote. Do we have a deal?
We do not negotiate with the enemy. The villagers' lives are forfeit, as is yours.
Well, there's some loyalty.
General?
Do not fail.
That was unexpected.
How noble and pointless.
Is everyone all right? What in the...
Oriage! At once! Down with you!
Not necessarily how rescue works, but I'll go with it.
Where is Y'shtola?
All right. Oh, we lost her again. Huh. That didn't seem to affect OBS. That was weird. Yeah, I don't know why 14's acting up like that right now. Oh, no, there goes the system. Maybe? Don't see anything as of yet. What the hell is drawing all that power? God damn it, Microsoft. Background downloads are supposed to be in the background, taking minimal resources. Anyway. Thankfully, Ranjit's cohorts had good sense to fall back. Olmet should be here soon with word from the father. We should hold her position until she arrives. Olmet, please tell me you know if that hole might lead out into the woods. Were there are other means of exiting the temple, there is no question that we would know of it. I fear that is of little consequence, for we have tried to mark the depth of the pit and failed to fall from such a height. Sister, I come bearing news. The Omoan soldiers and the children have fled Yexmaya. They abandoned Slitherball as well, although yet remain in swamp near Lakeland. Fortunately, a number of the blessed were poisoned while fending off the soldiers. One we believe to be of their order was found lost in Yexmaya, feverish and badly wounded. He was taken to the Fano for treatment, but I fear there is little we can do for him. He and the other blessed would not last long without an antidote. Then we must act quickly. If you have a spare vial, Minfilia and I can deliver it to the blessed at Silverball. You and Thancred should return to the Fano and tend to the wounded villager there. What about Y'shtola? I know it seems callous of us to leave, but she leapt into the hole for a reason. We have to save the blessed. All right. My sisters and I will remain here, but we must be certain no soldiers are still lurking about. Come, Saphrine, let not Y'shtola's sacrifice be in vain. To Fano. Heavens forfend Luna. 'Twas he who forestalled the Yomaran's procession. and then doing so afforded thee time to traverse the temple. Quickly, the antidote. You're gonna take this medicine whether you like it or not. It would appear the worst hath passed, though his wounds yet want for mending. I shall minister to him forthwith. Rest, Saphrine, I prithee. I shall attend to Runar's ministrations. She would say it was.
Runa, thank goodness.
We delivered the antidote to Slitherbow, and from what we could gather on the way here, the Ulmorans have had the good manners to withdraw. Thank the gods they did. We would never have made it here in time. I'm told we have Runar and his comrades to thank for keeping the soldiers occupied prior to their retreat. They were preparing to come for you and Y'shtola, it seems, when Runar rallied the villagers and pursued them out of Slitherbow.
In the care of the Vis. Thou art safe now, friend. Pray, rest thee a while longer.
No. No, I am all right. Somewhat heavy of limb, perhaps, but otherwise well, I assure you. I am glad to see you are all safe. When we realized where the soldiers were headed, we knew something had to be done. I do not see Master Matoya. She was with you, yes? What happened to her? Spare me your riddles and speak plain. Where is Master Matoya? No. No. No, that cannot be. Why would she do such a thing? Was there no other way? I cannot believe that she... We must begin the search immediately. I will come with you. What are you waiting for? We must find her. She could be trapped, or hurt, or... She is alive. She is alive, damn you!
Forgive me for interrupting, but our scouts have apprehended an intruder. We thought perhaps he might be an associate of yours.
Someone was bored.
Oh, look who it is.
Well, this is embarrassing. In my defense, they are surprisingly tenacious. So, what trouble have you gotten yourselves into this time? Well, well. What an intriguing turn of events. My condolences, by the way. It is never easy to lose the ones we love. Well, she is dead, isn't she? Wishing it were otherwise will not make it so.
That you should be indifferent to her loss is no surprise. But to us, she was a friend. The best of friends.
You have something on your mind. What is it?
Almost like we've experienced this before.
Pray recount to us again that which thou witnessed in the ruins, omitting not the slightest detail.
Flow. The teleportation magic she used to spirit us away from Uldar after the bloody banquet. I recall a similar gale in the tunnel before it took effect.
Interesting. I thought I sensed a brief disturbance in the live stream. How reassuring to know it was not my imagination. I felt it only once, I should mention, which would suggest she is still adrift on its currents.
Then I fear she may yet be lost to us. For it was only by the grace of the elementals that she was plucked from that great ethereal river.
Ah, very well. I'll go and fetch her. Perhaps a clear and unambiguous act of kindness will serve to win the trust you seem so determined to deny me.
Yes. I mean, he is an Ascian. They are kind of experienced with that sort of thing. I'll keep that in mind, Seaman. It's almost like he was trying to get caught. Now then, if I am to fetch her for you, I will require a suitable place to work. We must find somewhere that resonates strongly with the live stream. And by we, I mean you. To that end, I give you this, an ethereal lamp of my own design. Keep it close as you venture out into the woods. The brighter the glow, the stronger the location's resonance with the light stream. Once you've found a likely spot, all you need to do is whistle. You do know how to whistle, don't you, hero? Just put your lips together and blow. Follow the blue trail. Oh, wow. I didn't think that was going to be the right spot.
Yes, this place should serve well enough. Might I have a little space? I need to concentrate. Now then, what color was her soul again? Ah, there you are.
She returns yet again.
He's done it. He's brought her back.
Y'shtola, are you all right?
Yes, though I cannot imagine how. What happened?
We're the one
Thou
that did
didst
it.
invoke the power of flow, which thence did usher thy soul unto the life stream.
I wanted to save the antidote, and after that... I did something exceedingly reckless, for which you will just have to forgive me.
Master Matoya! Oh, thank the heavens you're all right. I had nearly given up hope.
Please, Renard, dry your tears. What would the others think if they saw you like this? Come now. Did you really think I would go gently into that dark night with so much left undone? So many mysteries left unsolved.
Is there aught you wish to say to me? A word of thanks, perhaps?
Emmet Selk, the Ascian of whom I spoke. 'Twas he who plucked thee from the life stream.
I see. Thank you. Differences notwithstanding, you saved my life, and for that I am grateful. But let us turn our attention to more important matters, such as the Katana Ravel. You had better not have explored its depths without me.
Every ilm.
Well, Almet and the others should be pleased to see you in such uncharacteristically high spirits. Let us return to Fanoff then, and discuss the coming expedition.
What? No quip at the end? You're slipping, Emmett. What a touching reunion that was. It fair brought a tear to my eye. But as we both know, such tender moments are nothing if not momentary. Before long, they will remember their many differences and return to Swamp. Flattery will get you nowhere, my dear. But seriously, we Ascians do what we do for the greater good, for the rejoining. Though we may sow the seeds of chaos, it is man who tends them, he who reaps their bountiful harvest. But I grow tired of the arguments. If you would so kindly refrain from retorting and returning to your customary brooding silence, I will take it as thanks for rescuing your companion and leaving it at that. Now we mustn't keep your friends waiting.
Where'd this squirrel come from? Is that Nutkin your pet, Thancred? Mine apologies for having put you through such an ordeal. I could see no other way to save the Knights Blessed. Happily, both they and I yet to live, thanks to you. But our work here is not yet done. We must make ready to enter Kitana Rabiel and put the Lightwarden to the sword. With your Mordins gone and your companion now returned, I think it best you go now before they can regroup. Magic floating once more through the Great Pyramid of Nuxnia. The entrance to Kitana Ravel should not be open. Before we leave, Ryanja, did you discover anything that may suggest Lightwarden hides elsewhere? Nay, though we had but little time before the Morans' most unwelcome arrival, we scoured the nearby environs and spoke only once more with the once called Curie. Having hearkened to her tale, it is my judgment that the senator which her late mother did at sea was indeed the being we seek, and that it is most likely resided in the vicinity of Raktika Falls. In the absence of any subsequent sighting, I have no reason to believe our quarry hath sought out a new sanctuary. And given the considerable difficulty we faced in reaching the falls, we may be certain it hath not been disturbed by man. Then our course is clear. We must navigate the Kitana Ravel and make for Ratika Falls. Though you'd seem but another obstacle will be navigated, the Kitana Ravel is the oldest and most sacred of our temples. The accumulated knowledge of the Empire is said to reside within. Knowledge which is rightfully yours as allies of Raktika. You are welcome to explore. I fully intend to survey every elm of it once our mission is complete. When the Emperor is still alive, he'll be overjoyed to hear you say so. But I must warn you, though the way is open, we will still be heavily guarded. To discourage trespassers and to test the worthy of our allies, it has to be so. Be careful in there. Head east, and you shall find the path of azure flowers into the rabbit. I wish you safe passages through its halls. Alright, revelry time it is. Master Matoya, I know I cannot dissuade you from going, but so please, promise me you will return safe. Knights bless thee. You need not worry, Renar. I shall return and bring with me a long-awaited gift. One the Knights blessed with treasure now and forevermore. Now let us away. Eastward, young Mikote, eastward.
Following the blue flowers of happiness. Right after this curve. Crap. Here we go. Our earlier efforts were not in vain, it seems. Stay on guard, Saphrine. We know not what awaits us inside. Let's go. Yeah, we'll go there. All right. Finally got it. And these fun guys. Out of the light. Of course, they both move the turret. And they get smacked down.
Prepare yourself!
Stay put. Oh, we have a patrol. That's unusual. It's almost like they did away with those in later expansions. really love getting hit with those attacks, don't they? They're going to be taking everything. Oh, that's going to suck. Alright, time for the big guy. This one just got to watch out for which areas he please. Is he himself will take up one half of the room, and his special ability will take up the other half as well. One is boss relative, the other is boss relative. And now we get both together. Which gives us a small gap. And no, he does not like staying still. It's basically that. Believe that. Stunting. shit. Time to go deeper and deeper. Really loves doing that. Look at a moment. Alright, let's see if we can get all this together. Oh, freaking lava. Tancred, get over here. One downside to that is no range abilities. Alright, time to find out where that sound is coming from. Mainly just gotta watch out for the pillars falling. Nothing significant other than that. Which is Not sure where you can go with this, but okay, we'll try. Good. Two down and one to go.
Prepare yourself!
Okay. Oh, I guess they don't. I think we can handle that. Maybe. Yeah, everybody wants to self-destruct. There they go.
This is going to leave a mark.
And we've got an audience up here. Lovely.
Prepare yourself!
Alright, last set. Oh, that was my button. Now, where is this light ward? Kind of funny. We dealt with Cerberus on Thursday at 8, and now we get to deal with it here again. Alright, the arrow tether you pull apart. Otherwise you get hit really hard. Well, that's all in the center, so we're gonna go to the sides.
I will not hold back!
It's nice to see how out of date Orian's abilities are.
I will not hold back!
Oh, hey, I got targeted again. Awesome. And we get poison again. Yeah, I was a little early on that one.
Gloves are off!
Ooh, someone got targeted differently. That's going to be down the center, and Y'shtola. Should try to spread those AoEs.
I shall protect you.
almost there. Oh, this is the other pattern. And that should be Lightwarden number 3. In ARR, we had the crystals. In Heaven's Ward, we had the souped up crystals. Didn't really have anything along this lines in Storm. Shadowbringers, we collect Lightwarden ethers in our mindscape. Kind of makes me wonder if they ever are going to bring back this concept again.
The Lightwarden is dead. The Blessed's prayers have been answered.
Aye, that they have. Her condition yet troubleth thee?
It does. Though she shows no immediate signs of corruption, the danger remains. She must be told. Would you describe it to me, Marie-Angé? Paint for me a picture with your words.
A sea of shimmering stars. Diamonds strewn across a raven gown. Boundless and beautiful. 'Tis an exquisite sight, not unlike that of the source. Calm and gentle and forgiving.
I can see it.
For however deep the void, or wide the expanse, there is no shore so distant as to be beyond the reach of light. Ominous though that may sound, given our present travails.
Well fought. Let us return home.
City burning. God of darkness, a god of light. Light triumphing over the darkness.
The murals. If I am not mistaken, they predate the Empire.
How can you tell?
A peculiarity of the paint. Most are made from mineral-based pigments. But whatever was used here is older than anything I have ever seen. According to Almet, this sanctuary was built to preserve the wisdom of the ancients. What events do these murals commemorate, I wonder?
Must you always linger after defeating your enemies? Navigating these halls on foot is exhausting.
Come to lead us to safety, have you?
I was bored. But how is the hero of the hour? Fighting fit, I see. Keep up the good work.
You're plotting something.
Every hour of every day. But never you mind about that. As I have told you 1,000 times before, I like to watch. Nothing more. Well, I would quit this place and I suggest you do the same. There is yet work to be done. There is a sight to bring a tear to the eye.
You recognize these scenes?
That I do. Indeed, there was a time when anyone and everyone would. Until one calamitous day when the world was divided across 10 and 3 reflections, sundering the land and all who dwelled upon it. And the worst part? No one could remember it. Not really. Just fragments and fleeting memories of an achingly familiar world. A vision shared of a paradise lost, preserved only in song and scripture and paint. Once upon a time. Yet here we find ourselves again, to look, learn, and remember.
Then share with us the stories you know so well. We are listening.
Before the Great Sundering, there was one world. A world that knew naught but peace and prosperity. Until it was faced with a crisis. Unprecedented, terrifying. Civilization found itself perched upon a precipice, staring into oblivion. But through prayer and sacrifice, the will of the star was made manifest. Zodiac was his name. And by his grace was the calamity averted.
Zodiac.
A savior mighty and magnificent, deserving of reverence and gratitude. One would have thought, yet some thought otherwise. From the fears of these naysayers would rise Hydaelyn. She who was to serve as his shackles, to bind him and hold him in check. And so they fought, and they fought, and they fought, and in the end, Hydaelyn was victorious. With all her strength, she smote him, dealing a blow so devastating that it split the very fabric of reality. And thus was Zodiac banished and his being divided. That concludes today's lesson on long-forgotten history. Though I imagine your mother would offer a rather contradictory account, as is her wont.
I'm sorry, I can only assume I misheard. but it sounded an awful lot like you were implying both Zodiac and Hydaelyn are not gods. But...
What? Not gods of the first? Is that what you thought these paintings depicted? Or... Oh.
The thing that you despise the most.
They are gods after a fashion, yes. But no different from the kind with which you are so intimately acquainted. Formed of faith and prayer, of conviction and devotion.
And ether.
The eldest and most powerful of primals.
You have spun quite a tale. Yet you have not explained the role of the Ascians in all of this. How is it you are privy to ancient secrets lost to time?
Finally you ask the right question. And shrewd questions warrant honest answers. We Ascians know because it is our history, our story. It was we who summoned Zodiac, we natives of that sundered paradise. Now, do you see why we yearn for the great rejoining? For our world, for our people, for all creation to be made whole again. Wouldn't you wish for the same?
What was his phrasing? Look, learn, and remember. Contrary to Hydaelyn's. That was an enlightening experience, though not the way I had hoped. Do you suppose there's any truth in Emmett Selk's claim? Though recent events plainly warrant further discussion, I think it best that we wait until Alphino and the others are present. Emmett Selk concluded. How convenient that he should choose this moment to keep to the shadows. Well, no matter. For the present, we should return to Fano and make certain the Yamoran withdraw. After that, Slitherborough. The blessed are no doubt elated by what has become of the night sky. You are returned, and unharmed, I see. Indeed. I am pleased to report that the Lightwarden is no more, thanks in large part to you. That the death of a single senator could make such a difference.
As our numbers waned, so too did our hope that the ruins we have devoted our lives to guarding would ever find purpose. Yet here you are, the allies for whom we have waited these many centuries. And with your arrival came the chance to pass on our legacy, the ancient wisdom of the Empire. That alone would have been reward enough. Never did we imagine it would serve to banish the light that has pervaded these woods. On behalf of these, our forebears, and the late Emperor of Ranka, you have our deepest thanks. It is we who should be thanking you. Our journey through Katana Ravel proved most enlightening. To be privy to such knowledge is such an honor, one for which we had never hoped. Please, you do not need to be so humble. We but do our duty as decreed by the late Emperor. Would that he were still with us to express his gratitude in person. But sister, does this not mean our duty is fulfilled? To our allies, perhaps, but the ruins cannot be left unguarded. So long as we live in these woods, secrets of Ranka must not fall into the wrong hands. Is Runar still here? No, we escorted him back to Slitterboss shortly after you sat down. If you would return to the Knight's Blessed, we will not keep you any longer. I suspect they would be glad of your company. Thank you, Almet. I look forward to the day when we might share a more leisurely visit of the ruins of Ranka. We will await your return. Alright. Back to the ball.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, I see.
You needn't worry about us. What became of the Umoran soldiers, more importantly?
They turned tail and fled at the sight of the night sky. The children of the everlasting dark have also retreated back to Woven Oath. Try as they might, they could not deny the truth of their own eyes. The sunless sea of heaven, full of love and grace, where none need know pain or suffering. In that moment, when the sky's light began to wane, I knew our prayers had been answered. That we were doomed to face oblivion at life's end no longer. When first we met, I harbored certain suspicions about you. Now I see that I was right. You are the bringers of shadow, the warriors of darkness, the saviors for whom we have prayed for so long.
I suppose you're not entirely wrong. But we are not worthy of your reverence, nor have we any desire to be worshipped. If you would pray, pray for your children, that they may one day know a better world.
I will do as you say. But please, let us at least hold a feast to celebrate your victory. You deserve that much.
I'm sorry, Runar, but there is still much to be done and scant time in which to do it. We must go. All of us. For we share the same path and the same fate.
So be it. I ask only that you hold us in your hearts, as we would hold you in ours. Now, and ever after. By the boundless dark, this I swear.
And now, time to return to Crystarium. Though it pains me to leave, it is time I return with you and the others to the Crystarium. But before we go, might I speak with you in private? I await you in my chambers. I would make a quip about Runar on this one, but let's just go. Thank you for coming. Though I thought to keep my suspicions to myself, but after witnessing your victory at Ratika Falls, I fear they proved true, so I must share them with you. From the first when we met at Fort Goen, your aether has appeared tainted, suffused with an overabundance of light, not unlike at the Sinuses. When you defeated the Lightwarden, I fear the light which poured forth from it was not negated by Heidel's blessing, rather it was absorbed into your being. Ariange also suspects as much, though he is unwilling to share his thoughts on the matter. One thing is certain, with every warden you defeat, the danger to you grows greater perhaps than we can imagine. If you begin to feel anything strange, anything at all, pray inform me at once. You should hurry before the others begin to worry. Once I have sorted my things here, I will join you. Well, at least she came out about the whole taking in too much light. Thankfully, the blessing is staving it off, sort of. Not sure how much more Mommy can handle, though. We took one last patrol around the perimeter. All things considered, Slitherbow remains relatively unscathed. Thanks to those antidotes, all those who were poisoned will make a full recovery. With the night sky return, their prayers have been at last answered. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Shall we be off then? Art thou certain this is the best? I'll not deny there is a part of me that wishes I could stay. For 2 years I have lived with the Blessed, learned their culture, even going so far as to adopt Master Montoya's name as my own. But I pray I did honor to it. Now is not the time for doubt or hesitation. Come, we must return to the Crystarium. Alrighty. She said her goodbyes, and we head on out. Was
All things considered, it is hardly surprising that Alphino and Elsie have yet to arrive. But where is the Exarch? My friend, it is good to see you again. Alphino, it has been too long. I assume your presence here means you have brought word of the Wardens hiding in Cantuga? Found and slain, you said? I should have known. Yolmar has but recently dispatched soldiers to all corners of Norvrand to defend them. I am glad to see their efforts were wasted on the Greatwood. Speaking of Yolmar, what came of your meeting with Voth? Yes, about that. It proved to be... Exarch, you mustn't push yourself. Your time away from the tower has clearly taken its toll. No doubt you are all tired as well, having traveled so far. Why don't we all take a much-needed rest before we discuss our findings? I thought to propose the very same. After your clash with the Warden, you deserve a chance to recuperate. It's settled then. We reconvene at everyone has had time to settle in. Alright, ready by time. Go. Let's go to the end. And you? And
so there's a light sealed inside you, is there? You wouldn't know it from the outside. You look the same as you ever did to me. True enough. Packing up and going home isn't really an option, is it? If you don't face the music here, it'll only come and find you there.
Fair enough.
Think he was telling the truth? Emmett, I mean. All that rot about Hydaelyn being no different from any other primal. If so, what would that make her blessing? Are we just slaves to her will?
Slaves is questionable, but...
let's pay him no mind. Lies the Ascian stock in trade. Villains, heroes... all a matter of perspective, they'd have you believe. One man's fond memory, another's waking nightmare. Me, I'm no saint or savior. Just another sinner. And I know damn well I'm in no position to judge. When I saw the people of Slitherbow look up at the sky and celebrate the return of the dark, felt good. It was moments like that that I cherished. Much more than the thrill of adventure. The quiet after the storm.
You know, you
I
enjoy
always
the
took comfort in
adventures.
that.
Meanwhile...
What did the scouts have to report?
Several skirmishes, but nothing of consequence. The fighting seems to have taken its toll on both sides.
A stalemate, then. The Alliance has done well to hold the line for so long. But then they did have Ishgardian reinforcements.
Nevertheless, neither side has any appetite for a prolonged engagement. 'Tis but the calm before the storm. And should the Empire choose to bring their full might to bear...
To say nothing of Black Rose. All the more reason to hasten our search. How close are your people to identifying our next target?
Close enough, though I have received some troubling intelligence. One of our generals posted to the Alamegan front recently disappeared without trace from the battlefield at Gimlet Dark.
Odd. Dead seems unlikely. Fled less so. I wonder where he'll turn up.
Were I a betting man, I would say here, in the capital.
Oh.
Not that any deserter who valued his life would contemplate returning, but a corpse might, given the right encouragement.
He knows.
In the manner of his royal remains, you mean?
Elidibus plainly has no need of a new host, so the question becomes who? It may be that another player has joined the game. Something to consider at any rate. But come, there is work to be done.
These bloodless games make for poor sport. Mayhap if father... Nay. I am a stranger to him in this body. Besides, there is but one hand that can make me whole again. My enemy. My friend. I know not what entertainment occupies you, but if you will not clear the way for me, then I shall seize the reins of fate once more.
And with that, we will be calling it there. We went into the Great Woods, met up with the final Scion, Y'shtola, the Knights Blessed, and helped them a little bit before heading deeper to search for the ruins where the Lightwarden was hidden. Had to try and outrun the old Morin invasion advance. And eventually took down the Warden. Had Y'shtola inform us what the light's abundance of the three Wardens is doing to us as a warning of sorts. And with all that said and done, whatever happens next week is what will happen. But as for us here at the corner, we are going to call it on that. So, as always, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.